Hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Sprints. I wasn't even sure we would be able to be on because last month, a month ago, I upgraded to the premium version because I ran out of free streaming hours. And the trial is, well, not trial, I did pay for it. So, the first month is ending today. And it is supposed to, once it ends, I'm not sure when my free hours will kick in again because sometimes there was a delay. And also it ends today, but I don't know exactly when they're going to switch me back to basic because they are on the west coast of the US. So technically, it's midnight there right now. So yeah. But we are on, so I think they don't do the thing that they would cut people off in the middle of the stream, even if you run out of hours. So we are on, and as long as there are no technical difficulties, we should stay on. And yeah, I will just see what will happen once they switch me back to basic. If I automatically get the whole batch of 20 hours or not. Yeah, it's a bit unclear. And one time I had to bug their tech support to give me the hours because they were supposed to renew and they didn't. And they eventually did in a couple of hours. But okay, that is the background where we are on, which is the important thing. Good morning, Kitty. How are you doing? Still half not alive thanks to migraine, but I managed to sleep some hours with painkillers. So yeah. Sorry, I'm going through an attack. That really sucks. Yeah, but some sleep is good. Yeah, I had the attack last weekend when it was my typical 4-day one, and it was after such a long time. I think it was after months, which I was still in disbelief. And yeah, I think it's the working from home, and maybe because winter was lower demands. I did some things, but not that much. I was home a lot, right? I was resting up and hibernating a lot. So we will see how it is going into the more busier season. And also, as much as I love the sun, brighter light and all of that. And yeah, yesterday I had a random headache. It's I was talking about it with someone. Someone asked me how I had a headache. How do you recognize that it's a migraine? So I went through the whole spiel. But I told them that when I have a normal headache, I barely register it because as long as it's not migraine pain, it's it's not that bad. But yeah, I had a weird headache yesterday, which maybe it was because of the fog or I don't know. And I'm feeling well. Yeah, so far no headache, which is great. But I did wake up in the middle of the REM phase, like smack middle in the middle of a weird dream. Yeah, the dream was super weird. It was I was supposed to return books, but then the books turned into little bits of hummus, and so I was well, I can't return this. It was super weird. But yeah, my alarm clock, it was 8:30 in the middle of the dream, and I'm always so groggy when it wakes me in the middle of the REM phase. And apparently I didn't get any deep sleep. The watch is super inaccurate because it is not it's not super accurate sleeping device, but it usually tells me I barely get any deep sleep. But sometimes I will get I don't know 40 minutes, which is not enough. But today apparently I got 10 minutes of deep sleep. And I slept for 7 hours because I stayed up very late till almost 1 a.m. So yeah, I don't feel fully awake, but I have my breakfast, haven't had it, so my typical black tea, soy milk. And my second most common breakfast, I guess, which is this dessert. Yeah. I'm the opposite. I'm such a baby with headaches, but I'm kind of used to the migraine. I don't like it, but it is predictable. Well, the thing is that like with migraine, I don't know about you, but like I get like a ton of the other migraine symptoms, like apart from the headache. So like I get the nausea, which is almost worse than the pain, even though the pain is horrible. But like the nausea is horrible, and then like I get vertigo and you know I get even more sensitive to like lights, sounds, and smells also. Like that's actually my like symptom that migraine attack is coming, and like more symptoms like neck stiffness and toothache, and then like feeling depressy and all kinds of stuff. So like the other symptoms are even worse than the pain, but like the pain is also like horrible. So like it's not even like comparable. Like if I have a headache, like yeah, like normal headache, not migraine headache, like it's fine. And the fact like if it's predictable for me, it means it's staying for 4 days, which is not fun. So yeah, but yeah, what are everyone's plans? Yeah, I need to get like into workday mode. So we are full on in the corporate background stuff. So like we are full on in the performance review season. So in March, we're supposed to like first do the self-evaluation in the system. So like we are supposed to like grade ourselves like in different categories, like I don't know, you know, like not only like technical expertise, but like how much you bring to the team, and I don't know, it's just a bunch of bullshit. And yeah, it's pretty cringe because like you have to self-evaluate, and then your manager like also gives you a grade. And like obviously like a lot of women tend to like underestimate themselves like with the grade, and then the manager will be like, oh, I actually think like you're this. And like if it's like soft skill, it is, or like, you know, like vibes, it just gets cringe. But like yeah, like luckily my manager is great, so like we kind of like take it with a grain of salt, and like it's not like it's usually not like an unpleasant meeting. So yeah, and so yeah, then I'm supposed to like grade him like how happy I'm with him, and like I am happy to like tell him that like into his face. But like typing things into the HR system is again a little bit cringe. And then like the main thing is that like by the end of March we're supposed to finish the like yearly goals that we set last year. Because like yeah, we have to like finish them off in the system to hopefully get the yearly bonuses in the March salary, which would then arrive at the beginning of May. So I'm really hoping for them. You know, it's not even like basically we set the goals, and then basically like all of the managers like do it in the way that you like will do like you will fulfill the goal. So like you will complete the goals, and if you haven't, like they will kind of, you know, do something in the system. So it's not even like it's you know, it's like, oh, like will I be able to do it? It's more like obviously like the company has to have the money for the bonuses. But it's it's a bit of a charade. And a lot of the goals, also like we are in IT, so like we are the department that doesn't really play the charade. Whereas when I was in the marketing, they definitely played the charade more. But we don't really. So like most of the goals is something that you would be doing anyway during the year. But there is the one that I actually need to like do something for still, and that is the finishing a couple of courses. Also, a fun thing is that like we set last year's goals in the system, and then they changed the system, and we don't have access to the system anymore. So like I can't even look what exactly the goals were, and I thought it was like 20-hour worth of training, and then my boss told me yesterday that he thinks it was 15 hours of training. Well, in either case, I'm nowhere close that. I have finished one that was like hour and a half, and now I'm watching a big one that I think is 8 hours, but I'm not even halfway through that. So yeah, this week and next week should hopefully be like very light on tasks. So yeah, I want to focus on the trainings because yeah, last week I had like the pretty complex task, so I wasn't able to open the trainings at all. So that is what I will be focusing on today probably, and the other days as well. I went to the office yesterday, even though I really didn't feel like it. And like, you know, if I don't, because like I have the health arrangement, if I don't feel well, I can come either in Thursday, or like if I really don't feel well the whole week, then it's like fine. I can work from home. But yeah, I just kind of really didn't feel like it yesterday, but I didn't have like any horrible symptoms, so I just went. So now I can stay home for the rest of the week, which is nice. I have two kinds of migraines. The 2-day ones are unbearable, and luckily I don't get nausea. Well, yeah. I don't want to say you're lucky because like obviously, but yeah, the nausea is horrible. And then the ones that last a few hours that are unbearable, like near-death experiences. I don't think I like. Yeah. Like when I get a migraine, it's either like I'm getting like this like the migraine pain, and like sometimes it doesn't develop, or it does, and then it's a 4-day thing. So I don't think I've ever had like really intense ones that would like go away that quickly. Yeah. It does sound horrible. Okay. So looking at what happened in the last week, because whenever someone like asks me like when I'm on the phone with my mom and she's like, well, like we usually talk like once a week. Whenever she's like, well, what did you do last week? In the last week, my brain is like, I need to open the calendar and see what I actually did, because yeah. So basically the only thing that happened since last sprint, like, you know, noteworthy, is that I went to the book swap on Saturday, and this time it was very different. So I went for the second time, and the first time there were like maybe like 15 people, and it was in a very like busy, loud cafe, but we had like the balcony kind of space for ourselves, indoor balcony, obviously, because it was in January, and it was like very kind of like informal, but like because there were quite a few people, I basically only talked to, well, I maybe talked to like, you know, maybe like 5 or 8 people in total, like during the event, but basically mostly I talked to like people either like one-on-one or like in a group of 3 people. Whereas this time it was in a much smaller cafe, and there were only like 7 of us in total, so we were talking like all together, which is less preferred for me. Like I prefer to talk in like smaller groups or one-on-one instead of like big group and everyone talking together. But it was still nice. It's just that there were fewer people, so fewer choices of books, even though like there were some good ones, but some that I have already read and some that I knew and wasn't really interested in. And then there was like one by Dostoevsky, but it was like I think it was the kind of nonfiction or like inspired, and it was like about Siberia, and I was like, I don't feel like reading that. Like I still haven't read a lot of his novels. Like I have only read Crime and Punishment, which I really enjoyed, and I haven't read the other ones. So maybe if there was a classic, maybe I would take it. But yeah, this one I just wasn't like interested in. And then there were some things that I was thinking that like, you know, some people in Cleo's Discord might like potentially, because I kind of like horror vibes. There was like the Vampires of El Norte or something like that, which I think is a bit of a horror. But yeah, I wasn't feeling that brave, and someone eventually took it. And then there was the Valhalla one, which I've seen around. And then there were some like super old young adult books that I am like, if I didn't read them back then, I probably won't read them anymore. So yeah, so in the end, I showed you in the Discord, but I did end up grabbing Normal People, which is like when the only thing that you want to grab is a book you DNF'd. So it's a bit funny, but yeah, I feel like in that period of time, like in 2020, I went through a time when I DNF'd like 3 books. One of them was Normal People. The other one was the Assassin's Apprentice. And then the other one was Cinder by Marissa Mayer. And since then, I kind of keep thinking, like, was it like the pandemic like period of time that just like made me DNF a bunch of things? So, and then obviously, like, I have read another book by Sally Rooney. I have read A Beautiful World, Where Are You? And quite enjoyed it. Gave it 4 stars. So, and like Normal People is now like super well known, and it's a movie, and it's kind of like part of the cultural like, you know, scene. So I was just like, well, I might give it another chance. But yeah, I remember it was kind of like depressing, and like the characters were unlikable. And I know it's great. I know it's like about a like codependent relationship, which might which might be kind of frustrating. But yeah, it seems that we are giving it another chance. So yeah, we will see. I really hope that now that I have like liked one book by her and finished it, it will go easier. And like all of the things are better now than like in 2020, like regarding like my life situation and everything. But I'm kind of in a reading slump. Yeah, we might call it that, because I only finished one book in February, The Charm Offensive, which was amazing. 5 stars, but yeah, only finished one book, and I started some more. But yeah, I'm reading Her Majesty's Royal Coven still, and I'm not even that far into it, even though like when I do read it, I'm enjoying it. But the picking it up is a problem, because yeah, I'm just on socials all the time, and I'm distracted by planning and other things. So not much reading is happening these days, which is not great. But yeah, hopefully it will get better. When I was younger, I only had the short ones, and when I turned 30, the longer ones started. Yeah, I started having migraines in college when I was like 22, maybe 21. And yeah, it has been like I never properly tracked it, and now I still like struggle with tracking it. So like there were times when it was like better and worse, but it's been going on. Yeah. So for a long time I didn't even understand it's migraines. It just felt like dying for some hours. Yeah. One of my exes even wanted to take me to the hospital once because I was unresponsive. Wow. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Yeah, I don't really get like unresponsive. Like sometimes when I took like the Tripton, I get like drowsy, and then if I fall asleep, it's like a coma like sleep. So it's a very weird state of being. But yeah, like as I said, like over the winters, like I barely had an attack, so I haven't taken the Triptan for a really long time. So if I just take like ibuprofen, it's not like I'm that's like out of it. Like a lot of the times, even like it is the best if I can fall asleep like during the day, but sometimes I can't. But if I can, it's good because like not that it fixes it, but some time passes, so like then we get closer to like the end. But Assassin's Apprentice, yes. I think I got to like page 90, maybe like 110, something like that. And for one thing, I don't love like child's protagonists, and the way it was dense, and like the world building was starting, but like I didn't even like at that point, I guess like you don't understand anything, but you still get like some of the like, you know, the introduction like things. And yeah, like I fully believe you that like once he grows up and like the other characters, like it's amazing. But yeah, I was just in a time of my life that I couldn't deal with how slow it was and how dense it was, and like how nothing was happening. And yeah, I didn't have the patience to like wait till he is a bit older and something actually starts happening. But I have thought about like returning to the series, or like trying out the ship one, even though like I'm not like super like into like ships and like sea stuff, but like if there are like good characters and stuff like that, it could be a thing. So yeah. So maybe one day we will return to the series, but also like everyone says like, oh, this is like the, you know, least interesting one. I think kind of both about book one and like the first series of the overarching series. So I'm like, well, that's a lot of incentive. So we will see. I did unhaul it, but as you can see with normal people, sometimes I give books another try. Can I convince you that the character work will be so worth it when you make it through the first 6 books? Yeah, exactly. Like, okay. Right now, when I'm in a reading club, this just sounds like so enticing. But yeah, I'm kind of intrigued like what the deal is. Well, like, but also like everyone keeps like crying about it. So like, is it just like bad things happening to the characters? Because it kind of seemed like it, because everyone is like emotionally distraught. But anyway, I've been very chatty, like considering I thought I wasn't even awake, so we should do something. What a concept, right? Okay, setting up a 50-minute timer. which I'm going to pull up. I love Realm of the Elderlings, but it's not for everyone, and that is okay. Yeah, it's the thing, like, I think it could potentially be for me if I got into it, but getting into it is the problem. You know, because like it seems that it's quite character driven, which I like. Like I don't need like plot. So it's not even like I would be like, yeah, this is not for me. So yeah, that's where the dilemma comes from also. But all right, let us jump into the first sprint. Good luck, and I'll talk to you in 50. Hello. How did the first sprint go? What did you do? I had my breakfast and I went through work emails, and then I turned on the training, and yeah, I watched a bit. It's going quite slowly because, well, for one thing, it's like very long, 8 hours or so. So I'm still not quite halfway through. And also, the platform kind of randomly freezes. Then I have to refresh the page. And yeah, it happened like 3 times or more during the one sprint. So that is like slowing things down a little bit. But yeah, we just have to go through it bit by bit. I have successfully finished breakfast. Yay. It's a little better than yesterday. Also wrote some emails. Amazing. I also saw that my payment for the mystery shopping hit the platform account. So I transferred that to my US account. So that will take a few days, but it is very nice. Still waiting for one more payment. But yeah, that will be a little bit of extra income. And then actually, like for my other plans today, originally I thought that I was going to work tonight because the semester is starting in the IT organization that I teach at. And it's like a semester-long event that I'm taking part of. And it's like classes like a couple of times on the weekdays in the evening, and then Saturdays usually. And like I only signed up for some that are like exactly what I'm doing, because like I could probably do the other ones, but I was like, let's stick to like my exact field this time. So I signed up for that, and so there was supposed to be class like tonight from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. I think it usually is. And then I'm also signed up for tomorrow, but yeah, the organization is sometimes a little bit wonky. So like, they have the system open for you to sign up. So like I signed up for the ones that I wanted. And then yesterday, the main teacher was like, yeah, I actually don't need other people for today's lesson. So yeah, I canceled registration for that. So I'm not working tonight, which is like less money, but a little bit more of free time and resting, which is good because, yeah, I will be working tomorrow. Like after my and then on Thursday I'm going to concert, unless I sell it. Yeah, so I'm going to do Paris, Paloma, and Florence and the Machine concert in Prague. Conveniently, not in other country this time. And yeah, every time I have concert tickets, I just like keep thinking about selling them for like multiple reasons. One is that like I am trying to save for a bigger thing, so it's like, well, and like obviously these things are usually like I bought them like months ago. This one I didn't because like it was sold out. And then last month, yeah, it was probably like a couple of weeks ago, I took a look at it and there were a couple of tickets like being resold. So I bought it for a pretty nice price. But like I could always use the money, and like, it's like, do I really need to go, or like do I want the money? But I will probably go. Oh no, technical difficulties with these things is annoying. The funny thing is that like right now it wouldn't let me click on the comment at first. So like technical difficulties on a comment that is about technical difficulties. But yeah, it is a little bit because like I guess it's just like the internet buffering, but like it doesn't resume on its own, and like my stream is doing fine, so clearly it's not like just my internet being like so bad. And also like as soon as it stops, like I get distracted because like it's like watching a course, so it's not like the most riveting thing, and like I would need it to go smoothly, because as soon as it stops, I'm like, okay, like I'm on my phone or like looking at other things, so it can really disrupt my focus and my flow with it. But yeah, otherwise it's going well. It mentioned some things that I basically never use. They're like, I've seen it, but I don't really use it. So yeah, those are the plans for the week. I have a free weekend for now, but maybe I will do something. Also, otherwise today I should probably do some laundry. And yeah, I have been putting off filming a video because originally I wanted to film it on Sunday, but I decided not to because my body was telling me not to. Yeah, I really needed the rest because like last week I was kind of like having a cold symptoms on and off. Like some days it was fine. Then on Friday I ended up sleeping the whole afternoon because like I was that exhausted. But like on Saturday I managed to go to the event. But yeah, on Sunday I really didn't feel up to it. I still don't really feel up to it. Like this morning I'm actually like, yeah, really tired and congested. But yeah, it's been put up. So, and it's something like I want to film, because I want to film the like, well, Victoria from What Victoria Read is doing another bingo card challenge. It's the spring reading challenge. So I'm definitely taking part after doing the winter one. And this year it's like just spring and autumn. So last year it was summer and winter, and this year we're doing spring and spring and autumn, and the board is lovely. So I put together a whole TBR because I think there are like 26. Where do I have it? Wait. Put it on Notion, but I didn't put it on favorites. So 25. Yeah, it's a 5x5 board. Makes sense. So there are 25 prompts. So yeah, I actually did on Sunday, probably, that I like planned the whole TBR, because yeah, it's 25 books, and currently I only have 8 books in my TBR. So it's not like I could just like pull up from my TBR, like there are the 8 books, but then like for the rest I had to like look at my ebooks and then look at random books that I wanted. I also made an order at the secondhand bookstore where I sold some of my books to, and a couple of them have sold, so like my credit is loading. It won't cover the whole order because I think I ordered like 3 books or 4 books, but it will cover most of it, so I will get a couple of books for very cheap. So yeah, I was just putting all of it together, and it is quite exciting, And the challenge has started. It is running from the 1st of March to the end of May. Yeah, so it's March, April, May. So it's not like it's like super urgent, like to like get the video up. Like I did want to put the video up on Sunday, as in like, hey, it is starting today, but it is a 3-month challenge, so it is fine to publish it a little bit late, but if I manage to film it today, that would be great. Now that I know that I'm not teaching tonight, I could have the space for it, but I will probably see how I feel later in the day, because yeah, right now I'm feeling like way too tired for it. And yeah, we will see. Go to the concert. Yeah, I probably will, because there are also like a lot of people selling the tickets, and I actually have like really nice tickets, because for a couple of concerts last year I had like the nosebleed tickets, so like very far, very up high. And these tickets are like they're seating tickets, but like, you know, lower floor and like closer to the stage, so like yeah. And yeah, it's also like kind of depends on the like set list, like how excited I am for the concert, because like I used to listen to Florence and the Machine like a lot, like in college, but like that is like more than 10 years ago. So like I was really into like her first mainly two albums, and also the third one, and then like I completely fell off the wagon, and like I barely listened to the other albums. And now, like obviously, like when I look at my top 10 songs, like based on my statistics, because like I have the listening statistics on last.fm from 2010, like I have like all of the listening, you know, from like platforms. Like YouTube doesn't count, but I don't really listen on YouTube. But I still have Spotify. I know I should like switch from Spotify, but I haven't. But yeah, like I have Spotify connected to it, so like it has all of my listening statistics for the last 16 years. And so if I look at the top 10 songs by her that I listen to the most, she only plays 2 of them on this tour, because like a lot of like they are older songs. So like she plays my number 2 and then my number 9. And then all of the other ones, like I either like, you know, I'm not like in my top 10, or I don't even know them because they are from the new albums. But yeah, I should listen to it some more, the songs that I don't know that well. And yeah, I think it will be cool. And also it's like with seating tickets, it is like so stress-free because the last concert I went to, that was a standing concert, which is already like much more demanding. And also I wanted to be up close, so I arrived early to queue for a little bit. I only queued for 30 minutes, so like nothing crazy. Like the girls that are like camping there from like 9 a.m. That is like so demanding. And I don't know if I would be able to do that. But yeah, I only queued for a little bit, and then I you know, camped by the stage to hold my spot. So it's just like when it's like that, it is a little bit more stressful. But like with seating tickets, I can just like arrive whenever after doors, and yeah, then obviously it's much more comfortable to have a seating. So yeah, I think I will. All right, what about a little games? Because yeah, I was up after midnight, so I could have looked at some games, but I didn't, because I like to do them on sprints on Tuesday. So I refrained. So I haven't done any. So we might look at connection first. Okay. Okay, here we go. Connections is terrible today. I gave up. Well, thank you for the encouragement. You could be like, it is horrible, but you can do it. But I mean, if you didn't, I'm not that confident that I can, actually. Okay. Fleetwood Mac, are you kidding me? That will not be together, right? Apple hanger, Fleetwood Mac. Flank, brother, brisket, hook, touch, shelf, fastidious, neighbor, rod, a boot, a butt, what? Dipper, quicksand. Yeah, I don't like it. I very much don't like it. But it's been so good the last few days. Like the last few days, it was like nice and easy, except for like the hand thing. But I only got green, lots of on one away. Okay. Okay. How about this one? Okay. Scene in a closet. Like me as a teenager. Green is kind of easy if you Google what a boot is. Oh, it's not like about. It's actually what. It's actually what. You're kidding. You're kidding. I've never heard that. Be next to or have a common boundary with. Gardens abutting Prescott Street. What? That is hilarious. Okay. Okay. I can see. I can see brother. What? No. Right? Yay! Be adjacent to. I thought it was fishing. Never would have put shell there. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do some more looking up words. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so brisket is just like meat cut. Okay. If you look up Mac in like Google Translate, it tells you his daily yearning for mac and cheese. That is relatable. I don't think it's pasta. Apple. Apple. Dipper is also a bird. Is it birds again? Also like quicksand. I'm gonna look up if like it could be birds. That it is so often birds. Like maybe. Maybe not. Also like brother. Wait a minute. Mm. Mm. I was thinking like there is like broth and then there is dip. For I think purple, I focus on the ends, but you have to look at the front. I just saw something. Mac is indeed food, but not with cheese. I don't know, but I just saw like fast, quick, brisk. And like fleet, I guess. I guess. Yay! Nice. Like, and you did say something about looking at fronts, but I did see that before I read that. And Mac, Apple, Dipper, and Brother. I mean, there is a broth, there is a dip. I don't know. Big things. Oh. Big Apple, Big Brother, Big Dipper, and Big Mac. Well, I don't know what Big Dipper is. But for some years, I had my brother saved as Big Brother in my phone. Which is always like not in the 1984 sense. Well, okay, I totally was not thinking about that and the fact that it's yellow. Are you kidding me? Like all of the other ones were easier for me, obviously. But yeah, we did it. And I would say, like, I didn't need the hints from you, so like I would have probably gotten it. But yeah, that wasn't that bad. I mean, I like you did have to like Google a butt, but that's like so enriching to learn such a like fun word. So yeah, I'm a fan. I like it. But all right. Here we go again. So let's go for the next print. And with Apple, Mac, and Brother, I was completely on the tech route. Yeah, I was also thinking like, but I didn't see anything there. But yeah, it was a bit of a red herring. But all right, let's jump into the sprint, and I will talk to you in 50. All right, how was this sprint? I felt the need to lie down, so I did, but I did bring my work laptop with me. So I watched more of the course, and then at the end of the sprint, I did a tiny amount of cleaning. So I prepared some trash, which I should take out later. I also still have like loads of paper recycling, so we will see if the paper container is overflowing today or not. On most days it is, so then it gets postponed because it is illegal to put it outside of the bin. Also, it's like super cold. The sun did show up, which is amazing because the fog was like a little bit depressing, and it was like 2 days in a row, the fog in the morning, which might be a thing for a couple of more days, I'm not sure. But now it is sunny, but it is still very cold. It is like 5 degrees. So yeah, not very springy yet, but we should be getting there. And at least it's sunny. But yeah, I'm going to look at some of the other games. So namely Past. The Past. Here we go. So, discovery of microorganisms. Dutch naturalist Anthony van Leeuwenhoek, sorry, to Dutch people, discovers microorganisms using a microscope. Ooh. I'm really not sure which century it was, but I'm going to go. For the 19th century. I'm really not sure. Okay, it was not. It was not the 19th century. The Dutch colony of New Netherland along the North American East Coast finally fought the British under the Treaty of Westminster. Okay. Okay. How about that? No. Jan III Sobieski is elected King of Poland and ruler of Poland and Lithuania. He will lead a decisive attack during the Second Turkish Siege of Vienna. I don't know when that was, but... Oh, okay. Correct century, finally. The Swedish Brandenburg War begins with Sweden invading the Uckermark region without a declaration of war. Well, I have no idea, so... let's see. It could be any number almost, so... But not... Yeah. That's a bit of a lottery. Ah, and we got it. Okay. Amazing. Okay, so the year is 1674. Amazing. That was like at the last minute. Okay, let's look at the like other connections, which is yeah, it's very similar to connections. And I actually completely forgot about that like during the week. Like I always like play the most probably on the sprint day. Yeah, I haven't seen. Wait, let me share that one. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, if you have any tips, feel free to share. Also, I'm not sure if YouTube fixed the bug that like some comments are not going through. So in case I don't read your comment, it probably didn't go through because like I go through all the comments that I see. So if YouTube is following them, and I don't read it, it's because I didn't receive it. So feel free to just try to send the comment again, and it might come through. Also, okay, I can no longer do the chat overlay on the screen because they downgraded me back to free plan. So now I can't display the comments on the screen, so like you would see if it went through or not. So yeah, if I don't read it, just send it again. But all right, we have okay. What is a sign out? Oh, okay. It's some religious thing. An assembly of the clergy. I feel like it's been in the game recently also. Oh, okay. So it's some like assembly or something. Okay, there is actually assembly. Okay, that is funny. Maybe council. Then there is also council. Council. Is it pronounced the same? I don't know. And rally? No. Wait. Yay. Okay. Got confused a little bit by the spelling there. So it is council, synod, rally, assembly. Okay, what else? Okay, so we have counsel, advice, tip, direction. Yay! Okay, guidance. Nice, nice, nice. And then we would have so I thought it would be like yards and foot are like measurements, but maybe not. Okay. Furlong is actually also a measurement. It is an eighth of a mile. Wow. Okay. So we are going there. But like, now I'm confused. Okay. Imperial units of length. Chain? What's a chain? Oh, the imperial units. 66 feet. Okay. That seems fake. It's 20 meters. Okay. Okay, I've never heard that. And this was Chinese. Okay. Okay. Well, I don't know how that went. But yeah, I don't see new comments, so I will assume it works. If not, again, you can send them repeatedly. Yeah, this one is fun because it's like lower pressure because you have unlimited number of guesses, I guess. So yeah. So that was that. Let's pull the timer again. And yeah, I guess it's a bit early. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will do lunch break yet or not. We will see. But in either case, good luck with whatever you will be doing, and I'll talk to you in 15 minutes. Hello. Hello, hello. How did the sprint go? Oh, I can see what happened. You were 20 minutes behind on the stream. So yeah, let's recap. Resting with the cat, catch you up with the news. The first one sounds good. The second one probably not that pleasant. It was earlier than you think. Yeah, it indeed was, but we got there in the end. And yeah, you are not dumb. It literally happens to me all of the time. Like even if I don't close my laptop, like my internet just will lag, and then I will get behind with the stream. So yeah, I try to like always check if I'm up to date, but a lot of the times I don't notice, and then I'm out of sync. So it's totally fine. And still resting. Great. Yeah, I kind of did a whole lot of nothing this sprint. I lay down again. I mean, it was kind of like lunch break, let's say. So yeah, I went on the couch and I was scrolling, and then at the end of the sprint, I brushed my teeth, so that's good. And then I unloaded the dishwasher, and I will probably eat lunch in the next one. I have leftovers, which is great. I have leftover noodles with a peanut butter sauce that I make every week, basically. And yeah, I kind of realized that I'm not just tired. Like some symptoms have developed. So I don't know if it's like I've had like a cold symptoms on and off for 2 weeks or something like that. Also, like obviously the main allergy season has started, and well, I have like kind of like allergy symptoms all year round, but the main season is starting, and also like obviously like the very demanding season for the body is starting if you live somewhere with the like distinctive seasons, because yeah, winter is ending and spring will be starting, but it's still like, I mean, these days here it is still like 0 in the morning, and then in the afternoon it can go up to like 12. So it's big differences. So, and we are all exhausted after the winter, I think, in this hemisphere. So it will just be a demanding period. But yeah, I was having like a bit of like body chills, body pains, stuff like that, but nothing major. So I think I will like take it a little bit more chill. I might not film today, but yeah, I can still like get some things done. So yeah. Good morning, Vicky. How are you doing? I just woke up and remembered you are on. Yeah, I am indeed on Tuesday. Yeah, I was thinking of doing some other sprints as well, like doing kind of like multiple, but like shorter, as in the total length sprints a week, because I would really like to do some like just sprints where I can read, you know, or do whatever I want. Because right now I'm only doing the weekly Tuesday sprints regularly, but that is my work day. So technically I could read, but I shouldn't be announcing it, you know. But yeah, I'm not reading because I'm in a reading slump. So I'm definitely not reading. So yeah, sometime I would like to do some kind of reading sprints. But March is a little bit like all over the place with the schedule, because I do have the teaching, which won't be happening that much in April. In May, it is again a bit more, but not that much. Like the main teaching sessions will be now in March. And then also I'm taking time off from the 20th of March till the 7th of April, which is amazing. That is more than 2 weeks, because I'm leveraging the Easter, and we have some like extra days off at work. around this time when it's like all company days off. So yeah, I can take fewer days and get all of those days. And part of that, I will also be out of the country. So yeah, all of that is to say that I will probably not be like changing the schedule until then. Even though like if I feel like it, I might do some like impromptu sprints on some other day. But maybe like from April, I might be adding some sprints. We will see. They are doing something outside, like I don't know if it's like gardening, but it's loud. I don't know if you can hear it. But anyway, we could do Bandle because we haven't played that yet. I haven't been very lucky with it the past few days. Yesterday it was like the like Beach Boys song, which I do know, but I couldn't remember that it was actually by them. Let me make it bigger. Here we go. Okay, so we have a song from 2004, and it has 146 million views, and difficulty is easy. So we shall see if it's actually easy. Well, that's giving us a whole lot of nothing, but I'm immediately thinking of like what was popular when I was a teenager. I'm thinking like it could be like Green Day, and it could be like Holiday. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. It is indeed Green Day, and it is indeed Holiday. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, how did the rest sound? Yeah. I feel like we might have got it from that too, but like, wow, this is my day for Bandle at least, because yeah, like that was the time, and even like without the internet, because we still didn't have internet at home in 2004. You know, I was watching the music shows, a Czech one. And this was definitely on. And right now, Green Day is like a little bit in the culture moment again, because like they were just at Super Bowl. So yeah, amazing. Always do notice. I thought I could relax. Now I have to defend my honor again. Well, luckily it was an easy one. And yeah, I'm sure you know it. I would have said Green Day too. Yeah. Yep. Great job. Why? Thank you. All right. That lifted my spirits. Well, let's pull up the timer again. And yeah, as I said, I will probably eat lunch, and we will see what else. So good luck what you will be doing, and I will talk to you in 50. Hello. How was your sprint? How did it go? I had my lunch, so I ate my leftover noodles. So nice to have leftovers. Definitely wouldn't feel like making lunch. So that was nice. Then I lay down for a little bit and then I started cleaning the kitchen. I haven't finished it, but the dishwasher is now running and also my washing machine is running. So that was basically my sprint. Eating always kind of takes a long time, even if I have leftovers. So yeah, I'm glad that I'm getting like some little chores done because it really helps to like try to stay on top of it, and then I won't be completely drowning. But yeah. I put some buckwheat on the stove, read a new poem, Who Do You Think You Are? By Janet Rogers, and finished my coffee. Well, that all sounds very good. What will you do with the buckwheat? I haven't cooked with it for a long time. I used to cook with buckwheat. Nowadays, not so much, but I do use like if I have oats, I have buckwheat oats because I can have normal oats, even if they are like certified gluten free, because I also react to gluten free oats. So yeah, buckwheat oats I'm using a lot, but I'm not using like buckwheat itself much in cooking these days. Had my lunch and I'm finally starting to feel better. Amazing. I'm really glad. Cat is outside in the sunshine on the balcony. So nice. I want to be the cat. Because yeah, I don't have a balcony. We have like the shared one. But since we're facing north, there is no sun. So I would have to go somewhere outside to catch some sunshine, which I might. I might, take out some of the trash and try to catch some sunshine while I'm at it. I have some leftover turkey with onion and tamarind, so I threw that, and it's jelly stuck in. Well, that sounds good. Yeah. I've never heard of buckwheat oats before. Yeah, it's a gluten-free alternative that is, I don't know how, like if it's common everywhere, but here it is quite common. Like you could also get like, I guess like rice oats or like maybe millet. We have like a lot of millet here. But I find that the buckwheat oats like work pretty well if you pair them with a good milk, which I like to pair them with rice milk. So then it's kind of a bit of a sweeter taste, and yeah. But I do miss normal oats because buckwheat oats are like 3 times expensive, maybe more. Yeah, because like oats are really cheap when I used to buy them, and yeah, I'm probably paying like 4 times or 5 times more for buckwheat oats. But what can you do? But I also don't eat oats that much. I usually have like yogurt bowls for breakfast these days. Not fast. That west-facing balcony is amazing in spring. In summer, it gets too hot to sit there. Yeah, it definitely has its advantages. Because yeah, in the summer, it's like very, very, nice. Like it is warm, but I'm not like dying here. Whereas like in some of the other apartments I've been in, it was very unpleasant. It was like west-facing, and in the like heat waves. So yeah, it has its advantages, but yeah, sometimes it's like doesn't get that much sunlight. Also, like because like I only have this one window. So yeah, but also like yeah, if I see like the opposite side, they always have like they have to have the blinds on, and like sometimes they have like the foils, and they are probably baking in December. So but let's look at some more games. And yeah, this one is another one that I completely forgot about during the week. Well, we did it last week, probably the week before that as well. Let's see. So we will have two words, and the words together will be hints for the final word. The final word is, sometimes people's behavior can be like this. Ooh, messy, maybe. But anyway, the hints are, every country has one. When someone, and the second one is when someone goes on and on. Every country has one. I mean, I'm thinking like currency, which probably won't be the hint. Any guesses? We do have some like extra hints, like we can reveal number of letters and we can reveal first letter. Every country has one. Wait. No. I was thinking like every country has one. It's like a border. Or like, and like I was thinking sometimes people's behavior can be like this. It's like bothersome, but that is spelled differently, right? Every country has one. It's also like flag. Flag. My living room is facing northeast, so here I also want more light usually, but you can have it all. Exactly. But yeah, at least you have like two sides, because like, yeah, in a studio I only get to one direction. Passive aggressive. Yeah, every country has one. Passive. What's the word that ends with drone or droning? Huh. I don't know. Borderline something. I mean, wait. How is it even spelled? Border, yeah, like this. Border. It's not that. Oh, it is black. It is black. Flagrant. Wait. What does it even mean? Okay. I was kind of kidding, but it is actually flagrant, which means conspicuously or obviously offensive. Okay. All right. A flagrant violation of the law. Yeah. Okay. In this context, it's coming back to me. It's also like you have the like in flagranti, right? Conspicuously offensive. Okay. The dots were not connecting, but now it makes sense. But like, yeah, this is like super vague. Like sometimes people's behavior can be like this. But yeah, we did it. Blah. Yeah, that would be a good one. We did it without hands. Yay. Okay. I also do want to do the at least one of the geography ones because I've seen that a lot of people got it like on first try, which makes me nervous. That it will be embarrassing if we don't. Jesus. Is it Poland? It looks like Poland, right? I was kind of thinking it is a European one because the European girlies were getting it. But now I'm like, it's not, it will be embarrassing. What do you think? I don't have any other guess that would be like obvious. Okay. Nobody's saying anything. Okay. It is Poland. Okay. That would be so embarrassing. Because, yeah, in case there's someone who doesn't know, that is my neighboring country. So, phew. Okay. Go for it. I'm not sure what the context for that is. But yeah, okay. We go ahead. There are also the other geography ones, but we might do that later. I should get to some more work. And maybe you also have stuff to do. There is a Polish bobber meme. Well, we also have bobbers. I'm not sure about this one. There was also like the world news that like bobbers made like a dam, like naturally, that like we were too slow to like, you know, approve of the building, and there needed to be a dam to be built, and before the bureaucracy like came to it, the bobbers made it, and that was in the Czech Republic, and then that kind of made like international news. Like several people sent it to me. Actually, there are lots of Slavic bobber answers to the bobber meme. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I know. Oh, I remember that news. Yeah. It was nice to be in the news for something good and not for like the foreign minister embarrassing the shit out of himself and the country. But anyway, Let's jump into the next sprint, and good luck, and I will talk to you in 50. So, how was the sprint? And let me know what you got up to. I took out all of the recycling plus the trash. So the like one bag of trash and one bag of plastic was new, all right? And then I had 5 bags of paper recycling that has been sitting in my entryway for a week plus. So I took all of that out. I only did it in 2 trips, which is quite impressive if I say it so myself. So yeah, everything is now taken out. Mercifully, there was space in the recycling container. Then I rode in the elevator with the dog. So, and I don't think I've met this dog yet, but yeah, it was like I don't really know dog breeds, but it was like the tiny one, maybe a Chihuahua actually. It was also like it had a like coat or sweater or whatever you call it. But yeah, it was tiny and it was well behaved. And now there is room in my entryway. Also, my entryway is so tiny that when there is anything like some recycling, I kind of have to like wrestle it to get outside or get inside. So it is so nice to have a clearer entryway. And then I continued watching the course. I'm now almost halfway through. It doesn't tell you like the percentage, but there is the like visual representation, so I can see that I'm almost halfway. I finished a chapter or section, finished section 5, and there are 9 sections, so I still have quite a long way to go, but we are making some good progress. I have like a little bit of a brain fog, but also like with the course, I kind of just have to watch it. Like I don't need to, like there was a little quiz, but like if you get something wrong, it like nothing happens. So it's very chill. So that's what's happening. I ate. It takes me that long. I mean, that is the correct way, I think, to approach it. Like when I was a kid, my parents always said like that we shouldn't rush eating, and then yeah, to take our time. So, I think it's much better than like just waffling it down like in a hurry. So it is good. Let's look at some of the other geography things, because the previous one went so well, so it's time to be humbled, I think. So we have the global one. Also, I realized that one of these is not daily. Like, that's not like one daily answer, which I think is the global one, and also the other like border one. But anyway, like in either case, you can take a look. Because yeah, I think this one you can kind of play multiple ones if you get it right, but the first one is the same for everyone or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah. But yeah, let's enter my country. And we are 8,000 kilometers away, which like always tells me absolutely nothing, because like it doesn't mean anything to me. Like like the metric system is like, that's my system, but it's the number of kilometers that doesn't tell me anything. Like I don't have any reference for that. Yeah, not really. It kind of sounds like it's on the other side of the globe or something. So let's go for Vietnam. Vietnam is cooler, okay? So let's try like 5 Panama is warmer, okay. Now we are much closer. Katie edited her video for tomorrow. Amazing. Yes. Tuvalu. No, Tuvalu. Yep. Yep. Okay. With Central America and South America, I should definitely refresh my knowledge because I tend to fumble a bit. Also, like this, the game doesn't tell you direction, so like I have no idea if we're supposed to go south or north or what. So, okay, probably not south then. Okay. How about Honduras is warmer. Okay. But it's not neighboring. It does tell when it's the neighboring. Okay, we're now under 1K kilometers. Which again, I don't know what to do with that. Okay. El Salvador. I always call it something different in this game. El Salvador. But no. Okay. Costa Rica. Okay. Nicaragua. What else is there? Belize, however it is pronounced. Huh. It could also be some of the islands. Okay. Okay, so it is Haiti. Okay. We got there in 11 guesses, which is the average number of guesses. So we are very average today. Oh well. But yeah, we got there. In an island. Yep. Yep, we tried that. Got it in 8. Good job. Yeah. This one I find kind of like, yeah, a bit confusing that like the hints that like don't help that much. And I can't like really imagine anything if it tells me it's like 1,000 kilometers. Also, like if it's a like big country, it's like 1,000 kilometers. So I don't know if they're like measuring that from the center of the country or like from the border. So yeah, sometimes with the directions, it's a little bit like, I don't know where to go. Good morning. Yeah, you jumped right into it. That is fine. But yeah, let's also look at the last one. Wait, is there another one? No, I think this was. No, there is the. Sorry. I get these a bit confused. Also, it's a pain to spell like world because like there are like 2 words. Now I can find it. Yeah, this is the one that I play. Um, it says border. Okay, I didn't see that. So this is the other world, which is like, I guess, unlimited. So I don't know if, yeah, it will basically, like, every time you open it, it will give you something different. So you can't really play it as a daily game with friends because everyone might get something different. So we have this one. We have this one. How do we like it? Do we know what it is? It does look familiar. I feel like editing this one video took everything out of me, but I wanted to do another one. Let's see. Well, yeah, it is. It is very hard between choosing to push and not when you have chronic stuff, because it's like, if I only did things when I'm feeling super well, I would never do anything, you know? So when people say, like, oh, just like wait for a better time, sometimes it's like, well, so I get a struggle. Also, like, today, if people told me, like, go outside, you will feel better. I went outside with the trash and like did a little bit of exercise and like made me feel worse. So there is that. Some days are just like that. But you know, you got the one done, which is amazing. So I'm feeling like it's like kind of looks like China, but or like something in that region. Well, it's probably not China. Oh, it's actually China. Okay, good job. The borders one really are working for me today. Okay, so I will not expose my lack of knowledge. Well, this was kind of a lucky one, because yeah, it is yeah. Sometimes it's kind of like, sometimes it's embarrassing and sometimes you get a win, and that is like nice. China looks different in Mercator projection. Yeah, that is the other thing then. Like, it looks different and different sizes and different distances and everything, like depending on the map system or whatever you call it. But yeah, it did look familiar to me, so that's good. But all right, let us jump into the next sprint. We have 50 minutes, so let's go. Hello, how was your sprint? My kettle is on and the tea is just finishing, so 1 second actually. But yeah, let me know how the sprint went. All right. I have some rooibos tea in a thermocup because my mugs are dirty, so we'll have to wash everything later. So I continue with the course and then I switched to laundry. So I put another load on and the first load is now in the dryer. And then the dryer was making super weird noises, like noises I didn't recognize. So it freaked me out a little bit. I was like, is it going to catch fire? But then it stopped making that sound and it started making another sound that I recognize. I'm sorry, this is very exciting, I'm sure. But yeah, it started making the noise like when there is a piece of metal, because I just like put plain t-shirts and stuff there. So I investigated, and yeah, when I put previously a hoodie there, which I usually don't do, like one of these like the tips have come loose. So now it was like making what's the expression? It was wrecking. Well, I don't know. It was making noise, so I removed that. Yeah, I don't know why I just told you that. Yeah, those are the house chores, and then yeah, I had a little snack, the same thing I had for breakfast, so my little dessert. And yeah, not a very exciting update, but that's just the work day for you. Read the next poem, Human Rights. Amazing. Finished some thumbnail stuff, watched some YouTube, and rested. Very nice. I grabbed a Marshall McLuhan collection and had to fight with myself to read the next segment. Thankfully, my shorts algo is well trained and educational. Well, nice. My shorts algo is garbage. Because yeah, I don't use it a lot, and even when I tried using it, it just wasn't getting it. It's really like, compared to TikTok, it's completely rubbish. Like my TikTok currently knows something that no one else knows. Well, my therapist knows. It's a good thing, but yeah, TikTok knows so much. And shorts could never. Like I was scrolling through shorts and it kept like recommending me like, you know, like cute dogs and stuff like that. And like nothing against the content, but I actually don't watch it. Like I don't like on TikTok. I never get that on my timeline. And like if someone sends me something like particularly funny or cute, it's like, okay, fine, nice. But I don't look up the content. I don't watch it. I don't interact with it. And like shorts was like very insistent, like, hey, you want to see these viral videos, like you really want to. And even if when I kept scrolling past, they just kept trying. So I felt like the algorithm was just like not learning at all. Also, on an organizational note, when I was saying that I would like to do some sprints that are just for reading on some other day, probably evening, I also realized that I also was thinking about doing some sprints that would be on an evening, and that would be like for me to study, specifically to study Spanish, you know, things in my free time, because like I do study like right now in my workday, but that is for work and it is like mandatory for work. But I was thinking about this because I realized that I completely dropped Spanish. Because last year I had some private lessons and I dropped them during the year because of reasons. And I was like, well, I'm going to learn on my own. Did I? Well, not much. And then also like one part of my learning, which I think is valid learning, was watching Gilmore Girls on Netflix. And I knew that there were also some like other shows that I could watch in Spanish. But then I paused Netflix. So right now, the thing I could do that is for free is to watch YouTube videos in Spanish, which I do like a little bit. But I think that I should still like go back to more active learning and like active learning of like vocabulary and grammar. I do have a Spanish textbook that like I've had it for maybe like for like I want to say like 15 years maybe, and I never got like past lesson 4 or something like that. I did the first one like 5 times, but I never got past like lesson 4. So I was thinking that I could be going through that textbook on my own. I think it's kind of like appropriate for self-learners too, and also like I'm not a complete beginner anymore. So I think that could be working out. But yeah, I think the problem is that if I don't put like some sort of schedule, like routine around it, I just won't do it. So I was thinking just like, yeah, have a dedicated day and time, and I would do sprints, and then I could do like maybe like 2 sessions, like 2 sprints of learning Spanish, and then the rest like reading as a treat or something. Like as a reward. But yeah, it would be a bit tricky, like what time, because like I can't do it too late because then I'm just too tired to like, you know, learn new information. So yeah, I might put out some like polls around that to see like which day would work. But yeah, as I said, the schedule for March for now is staying like, but we're definitely having like the next 2 weeks, we're having these typical Tuesday morning sprints. Well, Tuesday 9 to 5 CET, or however long I want and can. Like, yeah. Okay, looking at my calendar, it's like next week I have a therapy session from 8. So that's like right before the sprints, which is fine. And then on the 17th, I am scheduled to teach in the evening. So yeah, on that day, I might do the shorts. I might do the sprints shorter. That's what I want to say. But yeah, I am planning on like that, like still starting at 9, and then we will just see. And then on the 24th, I don't know if I will be in the country or not, because I haven't. I have a concert in Dublin in the 22nd, but I haven't booked any flights, so I have no idea. But I might be back because I will probably do that as a very short trip, because Ireland is quite expensive, so I probably won't be like staying multiple nights there. It was quite funny because like my mom was like, when are you leaving again, like for Ireland? And I was like, well, the concert is the 22nd, but I don't have anything booked, so I don't even know if I'm going to go. But like, and she was like, okay, and how many nights are you spending there? And I was like, I have no idea. And then she was like, well, when is your flight back? Like she wasn't getting the concept that like I don't have a, like I am kind of planning a trip later this month, but I haven't booked anything yet, because like, yeah, she would have had it booked like months before. So I wouldn't say like I'm a type B traveler. It's like, yeah, that's like a thing on the travel talk and stuff. It's like you have the plan A traveler that like has like every minute planned basically, and is very careful with checking everything, like in terms like what you need and stuff. And then you have type B, who just like shows up at the airport and hopes for the best and doesn't plan anything. So I'm definitely not B. Like I do plan. I don't plan like hour by hour. I really like to gather information. So gather like a lot of options for what I could do. I look up the basics, like, kind of like how to get around and stuff like that. I have always booked accommodations in advance so far. But yeah, sometimes it is very last minute and sometimes it is spontaneous. So I don't know, that is type C or like, yeah, somewhere between A and B. It really depends. And also so far I was only doing short trips, so that's like easier to plan and like kind of have everything in the row before you go. Then if you do longer trips, that might be a bit harder, and then then there is much more room for spontaneity. Yeah, so we will see much closer to the trip, like if I'm here, if I'm not here. So yeah. And then at the end of the month, on the 28th, I'm participating in Niva's 24-hour sprints. Again, it is now like 3.5 weeks ahead, but I'm just letting you know that I'm doing it because it was happening last weekend actually, because it's always like the last weekend of the month, but like the timing didn't work out with the event that I had, so I couldn't take a spot. But on the 28th I am booked for the 5 p.m. CET slot. So I will be doing that. So those will be evening sprints, which I haven't done for such a long time. Maybe you need to push it out to learn more Spanish works for me. I was doing Duolingo. I'm not a fan of the direction they're taking. And also I feel like it can be a nice addition, but I feel like I need something more structured. And yeah, it's kind of like just one of the things, kind of like for yeah. I feel like going through textbook could be really good for me, because like you have a whole bunch of vocabulary and a whole bunch of grammar, and like it's laid out very like in a nice and structured way, and then you have all of the exercises. So yeah, I realized that like some of the kind of like old-fashioned things of like learning languages, or like some of the exercises that like teachers maybe these days don't do that much, and they try to like come up with some like super fun and interactive things. I realized that like when I was doing that in the online lessons I was taking, it was like almost kind of like distracting. Like I had to like figure out like what's going on, and then it was like playing a game, but I don't really feel like I actually retained a lot from that. And I remembered how I actually really liked just like what we did in English class, like one of the exercises we did, and there was just like, you are giving a Czech sentence, you're supposed to translate it into English, and you get like 10 sentences and you work on that. And yeah, I feel like that really helped me with like getting used to the structure of the language, and yeah, kind of just coming up with the sentence with no like distractions and like games or like hints. I am quite A with that. Yeah, I do lean more to that. Like also, like I like to arrive at the airport super early, like 2 hours at least, while some people just show up like at boarding basically. Also, since I mostly travel by train, it gets expensive when you try to be spontaneous. That is true. So that is also true, like for my trips, like to the neighboring countries, because for those I take the train, and yeah, that gets very hard with planning, because like a lot of the times I would like to be spontaneous, kind of like depending on how I feel, how much energy I have, and stuff like that. But yeah, last minute the train tickets are just more expensive. But like with flights these days, it's kind of the same. Like they don't really go down that much. Like if it's something that's like in demand, and like what's not in demand. So like for the European flights, I feel like once you pass a certain time, it is not going down anymore. So this is actually like cutting it pretty close. I think that like in the past, I always had the tickets, like the flight tickets, much sooner. Like this is basically in 2 weeks, and I was looking at it like multiple times, but I just haven't booked it because I just don't know how to do the trip. Like, I would like to do it kind of cheaply. It's like, yeah, spending very little, but then it gets like you are presented with options that aren't great, and you have to decide like how much comfort I actually want to sacrifice in order to save a bit of money. Because like the options I have basically, because like the concert is Sunday night, right? So there is a flight like on Sunday morning that I might take. Then I would have like 5 hours or so to like to see Dublin. I've never been there, and then the concert, and then like the most extreme version would be to just go to the airport and spend the night at the airport and take like an early morning flight, which would completely like get rid of the accommodation expense, and I would be home, pretty soon on Monday. Also, some flights have like a layover, which like I don't want to do a layover on a flight from Prague to Dublin. That seems a bit like that seems a bit too much, and like it's not like it's saving you like that much, right? And the other option is to spend one night there and then leave sometime during Monday. And then like you have all of the options of accommodation, as in like, do I want to just do a dorm, which would be the cheapest? That's like I don't know in euros, but maybe like 25 euros, something like that. Pretty good. Private room, even with shared bathroom, is really expensive. That is like, I mean, for this trip, but that is like 82, which seems a bit crazy. Yeah. So I'm just really not sure what to do. So I haven't booked anything. I really enjoy Dublin, but you definitely don't want to stay in the wrong parts. Well, interesting. I want to hear everything. Can you please DM me your recommendations and tips? Anytime you want. Like it's not urgent, obviously, because I am probably not booking anything today yeah. But yeah, I want to know. I don't know if I knew that you've been, or I forgot. Well, the concert arena is kind of like above the river, a bit on the east. Not sure how to describe it because I'm not familiar with the city, but yeah, it's like on the north bank, and then yeah, there is a tram, or I could walk back. And the hostels that I was looking at are basically kind of like in the city center. Like one is kind of near the very famous pub, like the temple. And the other one was just like across the river. So yeah, I don't know what I don't know what the wrong parts would be. One of my friends studied there. I'll ask her. Well, thank you. Like, if it's not much of a bother, like, uh, where uh, I will also try to ask someone, but like for things to see, it's highly likely that I will have only a few hours. So, which I might also rethink and actually stay till Tuesday and like have the whole day at least. But yeah, I think the flights just weren't really working for that. And yeah, since I don't plan it to be like a more expensive trip, it's just yeah, it's a whole thing. Well, it sounds weird, but I really like the Guinness Museum. I mean, it doesn't sound weird. um, that could be definitely good, but yeah, with like having a few hours, I'm thinking that I might not like hit like you know inside things that might take hours. So mm, yeah, I have no idea. But if I only have like a few hours in the city, I usually just like to kind of walk around, see everything from the outside, kind of get the vibes and everything. And Kilmangam Gao. Okay. I like Guinness, so it's a bit weird. Okay. And I visited the library at the Trinity College. Yes. I also don't know if that's like a thing that like is it if it's paid or not. But I definitely kind of want to look around the Trinity College and like look around the campus a little bit. Um, but yeah, I kind of like bookmark some things on the Google Maps. Also, I was thinking, I was like looking at if there are any gluten-free places, and I think I was looking last year, and there weren't any. And now, like a week ago, I looked again, and there was one. So like one has spawned, and it's like a fine dining, super fancy restaurant. Like I've never been in such a fancy restaurant that kind of gives you like like uh dish 1, 2, 3, and it's like small portions and it's like super fancy and expensive. Like I don't think I've ever even done that. And this is like I think it's completely vegan also, as well as gluten free, which is nice. But but also like the dishes looked like yeah, kind of interesting. Like I'm not saying it's not good because it probably is, but like a lot of the things I didn't even know what exactly it would look like. Like I couldn't picture it. That's the thing. That like I cook a lot of vegan meals, but like I couldn't picture like what the meal would actually entail in the way they described it. Um, but yeah, it could have been an interesting experience. I probably won't go there because like it won't like kind of work time wise even, and like I don't want to be paying like 50 euros for a meal on a budget trip, so it will probably not be like it will not meant to be. But it is nice that there is an option now for me to eat, so I will probably like eat, I don't know, random things from the supermarket or something like that. And maybe someday I will return to Dublin and have this like super fine dining experience. I think students offer tours there. Okay. But we only had a look at the library. I was very lucky that my friend and her partner cooked for us. I don't think I like Irish cuisine. Yeah, I don't even know like what it actually, like what it entails actually. If I could eat anyway, I'm sure I would be fine with it. Like to go to some random pub and have something, but yeah. But all right, we can do one more sprint to take us to 5 p.m. So let's do that. Now I'm very much like in the like trip mode, and now I had to remember like, oh yeah, the workday is still going on actually. So yeah, let's jump into the next sprint, which is the last sprint, and I'll talk to you in 50 minutes. All right, that was our final sprint. How did it go? I did continue with the course, so I am now firmly over halfway, which is good, because when I started today, it was more like 1/3 of the way in, and I'm nearing the end of section 6 because it's shorter than the previous one. So yeah, I made some progress today. Also continued with laundry, and I drank my tea. But yeah, that is the end of the workday for me, at least. So now I think I will going to lie down because I feel exhausted. And then, yeah, there's still laundry in the dryer. So once that ends, I will finish with that load. And I'm planning on cooking loaded sweet potato fries today with black beans and cheese. But that is pretty easy. Yeah, like you just have to cut the potatoes and then you just dump it onto a baking sheet. So that is pretty easy. And otherwise, it would be nice if I would manage to read some tonight, but not entirely sure about that. But yeah, at least we are done with the work for the day. Got a little more McLuhan done. This is from Postures and Impostures of Managers Past. Wow, okay. I almost finished editing the other video too. Wow, so productive. I only need to put in some music now. It's a fun one for Sunday. I'll film it over 3 years, I think. Wow, now I'm intrigued. Okay, looking forward to Sunday. Yeah, I'm putting off filming for some other day. It's just yeah, not happening with the Canon energy levels, but that is fine. But anyway, thank you for tuning in to today's sprints. We spent the workday together. So yeah, I think we all did very well. So thank you for hanging out. And yeah, I will see you next Tuesday. Yeah, thanks for being here. And yeah, everyone have a great rest of the day. Bye.